Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is courtroom 304, State Court of Clayton County. We have a courtroom that is going to log on so that individuals who don't have access to technology can have access to the court hearing. We're just waiting for that deputy to log on, and that shouldn't take very long. As soon as they are on, and we'll get started.
Good morning, everybody. I apologize. I was not aware.
Thank you, Deputy.
It's okay, Deputy. We're ready. Whenever we can see you and hear you.
Yep. I have two people in the courtroom only so far.
All right. Do you have their names?
Yes, I got a Boyd Robert
Uh-huh.
and a Miss Young.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the arraignment calendar. I'm going to call the names of the individuals on the calendar. If you have an attorney, then your attorney is going to speak on your behalf and make an announcement on your case. If you do not have an attorney, then we can offer you an attorney if you'd like to have one, or you can represent yourself. And if you wish to represent yourself, I'll have the state tell you what their recommendation is on your case, and then we can move forward from there. But first, a few bits of information that I need to tell you. Everyone on this calendar is entitled to have an attorney if you need an attorney to assist you. If you do, let me know when I call your name. If you are here, then I expect that you'll enter one of three pleas today. One would be not guilty, and that means that you would be going to trial at a later date, either a bench trial before a judge or a jury trial before a jury of 6 people and a judge. And you'll have plenty of time to prepare for that trial. However, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the right to remain silent and not offer any testimony or evidence against yourself. And so with that being said, the only real requirement is that you show up and be present. If you wish to enter testimony and evidence on your behalf, you may do so. If you do not, that is fine. You do not have to. If you have a lawyer, you and your lawyer can challenge any witnesses or arguments made by the state. Now, I do caution you, if you plan to represent yourself at trial, that there are rules of procedure and evidence that are required, and it may not be easy for you to get evidence into the record of the court. I can not treat you any differently than I would someone who knows the rules of procedure and evidence. So you may be at a disadvantage. And so I have to tell you that, but it is your right to represent yourself. If you're convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, $1,000 fine, I'm sorry, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you felt like the conviction was a mistake, you could appeal it within 30 days of the verdict of the court. And another court may see the trial differently and overturn that conviction. So that is those are the rights that you have if you go to trial. You give up those rights if you wish to enter a plea of guilty or no contest, but we will resolve your case today. You will have the opportunity, you or your attorney, to speak with the state on your behalf, and the state will recommend, with your participation in the conversation, the state and your attorney will recommend a resolution of the case. If you're entering a plea of guilty, it means you feel that you're guilty of the offenses before the court. Even if you don't agree with all of the facts as stated by the state, you do believe that you are guilty of the offense. If you're entering a plea of no contest, it means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could present at trial, which could result in a conviction. However, you do not wish to contest that evidence. You do wish to resolve the case today. A no contest plea might help you in particular cases. With traffic offenses, it may help you avoid points on your license or the penalty of a suspension. If you are NOLO eligible, meaning that you have not used that for a similar offense within the last 5 years, then you may be able to use your NOLO plea. We will let you know at the time when we talk about your case. These are the rights that come with with going to trial or with entering a plea of guilty or no contest. If you're under the age of 21 and you have a traffic offense, please understand that a NOLO plea may not help you the same way it would help someone who's over 21, and it's easier for under 21 drivers to pick up points on their license. Also, if you have a CDL, a commercial driver's license, please make sure you know what might happen if you enter a plea of guilty or NOLO, because it is possible that it may have an effect on your CDL, even if the citation is on your private driver's license. Okay. All right. At this time, I'm going to begin calling the calendar. Please let me know that you are here. And then if you have an attorney, I'll speak with your attorney. If not, we'll speak directly with you. James Makota Best. James Makota Best. James Makota Best.
Good morning, Your Honor. If Mr. Best is not present, the state would request a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Miss Sonia, can you sound and see if we have a Maricimi Jimenez Abreu here?
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
ma'am. I'm here,
Oh, okay. And do you need an interpreter, Miss Abreu? I didn't think so.
ma'am.
Okay, I thought we had talked to you before. Is there an Armando Perales here? Armando Perales? That's Mr. Fry's case. Did he enter a waiver or communicate with anybody on that?
Yes, Judge, he entered a waiver, sorry.
No problem. I just noticed it wasn't on the calendar. And Oscar Padilla Bustamante. Oscar Padilla Bustamante. Miss Sonia, my Spanish may be a little bit rough. If you could sound for Mr. Bustamante, Padilla Bustamante, please. We can't hear you, Miss Sonia. For some reason, it doesn't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you. No. You got that fancy headphone on, but we can't hear you. Okay. No. All right, so until we can get you 4x4, we'll keep calling the calendar. Mr. Boyd is present. Mr. Boyd is charged with distracted driving. Mr. Boyd, if you'll come to the podium. Mr. Boyd, do you have a hand? Yes, we do.
No, I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you.
Okay, if you remove the headphones, you need to choose computer
Mhm.
audio. Can someone send her a message that she
Wow.
needs to choose computer audio without the headphones? All right, so
I'm gonna go
Mr.
here. I'll be back.
Mr. Okay, Mr. Boyd.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so sir, you're charged with distracted driving. Do you by chance have a Bluetooth enabled vehicle or a device that will allow you to settle your phone so you don't have to touch it with any part of your body?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have it with you?
My phone?
No, the device that holds your phone or any proof that your car is Bluetooth enabled.
I do not have any proof on me, Your Honor. I can use a lot of other vehicles, Your Honor.
Do you have a device in your car?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to go out and get it? Because if you do, the state is generally willing to dismiss the case against you. Mr. Taylor, is that the case?
It is correct, Your Honor.
Okay,
Your Honor, do you mind asking the defendant what type of car and what year and model he has?
Mr. Boyd, what type of car do you have?
The car that it was a 2020 Pathfinder, S model, touchscreen.
And does your phone connect automatically to the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Your Honor, that's sufficient for the state to move to null process case, but remind Mr. Boyd that he needs to use that rather than holding his phone.
okay. Mr. Boyd, you got to use your technology. Get something to put your phone in a holder, and then that way all you have to deal with is the Bluetooth, okay?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right, your case is dismissed, sir. Be safe.
Thank you. Have a great
You're
day.
welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All right, Iriana Kashmir Danner. This is Lister Holton Dennis.
Your Honor, I have not been able to get in touch, Tanner.
Iriana Kashmir Danner. I only have one page on the screen, so that's weird. But we'll keep calling. Iriana Kashmir Danner. Bench warrant.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. Emily Alice Dove. I see Miss Dove on the video.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm representing Ms. Dove. Your Honor, Ms. Dove was offered PTI and she had to do 60 hours of community service. She has already documented 40 hours of community service, and she says she has already completed the remaining 20 hours. However, she just has to get the proof to show that she has completed the 20 hours. Can we have one-time continuance? We can put it on the Tuesday arraignment jail cases calendar if that's okay.
All right, Miss Val.
Your Honor, the state would object to that continuance.
Okay.
That was she needs to get paperwork in the end of September when we saw you last. So
Miss Dove, let me see your face, ma'am. So what's going on? Why couldn't we finish this by September like we were supposed to?
So I'm a single mother and I'm working 2 jobs right now. So I've just had a really hard time making and finding the time to get there and get the paperwork and get everything sorted out to you. I was going to have it for you today, but I've actually been sick the past couple days with my daughter. And so I haven't been able to get out there and get it. But I mean, it would be, within a couple of days, I can get this paperwork to you because I have completed the hours.
Ms. Janvier?
Your Honor, that is what she said last in September. She said she had completed the hours. She just needed to get it. Matter of fact, I spoke with Mr. Freeman. He said that she told her, she told him that she was going to put it in the mail on Monday. So.
All right, what say you, Mr. Kamani? The PTI is rejected.
Your Honor, can I have a breakout room with Ms. Dove?
Sure. Ms. Dove, hold on a second. We'll give you a breakout room with your attorney so you can work this out, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Demario Jarrell Hand. Demario Jarrell Hand. Demario Jarrell Hand.
Good morning, Judge. We received a waiver of arraignment on this yesterday by Mr. Florio.
Oh, okay. I'll add him to the calendar. All right. I have Manchiso R. Igu. Manchiso R. Igu. Manchiso R. Igu. Bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Thank
All
you.
right. Mayor Simi Jimenez Abreu. Ms. Abreu is here and represented by Lister Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor. She's going to plead not guilty today.
All right. So, Ms. Abreu, you understand that you have a bond condition or bond conditions that prohibit you from having contact with an individual or from going to a particular location. Please understand that the court takes that very seriously. And if you were to have contact with the person who is named on your bond condition, then you are subject to having your bond revoked, and then you would spend the rest of the time until your case is resolved in jail. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. So I would advise you that if the person reaches out to you, keep a record of it, share that with your attorney, but do not reach out to them and do not respond to any inquiries that they might make towards you, okay?
Would I be able to change the terms of my condition?
No, not without your attorney coming forward and asking for a hearing or some consent from the state. Why? What's the issue?
So I spoke to Mr. Wesley Taylor and I expressed to him, me and my husband. Sorry.
You probably don't want to tell me this because what you're about to tell me is probably something that means you've already violated the bond condition. Because if your husband is named on the bond condition, I don't care if y'all are married, people seem to forget this, y'all still can't have contact. So you're going to talk to Mr. Kamani about that.
Okay.
Not today, but when you talk to him about resolving this case, call him this week, okay? Discuss that with him, but listen to what I'm saying. If you are having contact with your husband, that would put you in violation of the bond condition. In violation of the bond condition means there's some consequences that go with that. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. So you're free to go at this time, but just be mindful of what I said.
Okay.
Ms. Abreu, I'll give you a call, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Terrence Dion Jones. Terrence Dion Jones. Terrence Dion Jones. Bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Your Honor, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so if you could sound for Mr. Bustamante.
I have three. I'm gonna call them all. Let's see.
Okay.
Oscar Padilla. Se encuentra Oscar Padilla. Armando Perales. Armando Perales.
We have a waiver on Perales.
Okay. What about Kevin Velasquez?
Who?
Kevin Velasquez. It's a V as in Victor. It should be at the end of the calendar.
Ooh. Miss Val, I don't have him, her, them.
Oh.
I don't have a Velasquez on this calendar.
Okay. I checked yesterday. It was there. Maybe it's gone now.
Okay. Miss Val, Miss Melissa, look on page 3 and 4. I have a page 3, but no page 4 for the 10 o'clock calendar.
Mm.
Your Honor, he is showing on our available 10 o'clock calendar.
Okay, how many people are on page 4?
Well, ours is printed a little bit different. Mr. Kevin Velasquez Perez has 2 separate positions.
I'll send it
Okay.
to you, Judge.
All right, thanks, Miss Val, because I got what you printed for me. Are there other cases on page 4? Because the last case I have is Young.
I believe Young should be the last case for the 10 o'clock calendar, Your Honor.
Okay, well, which calendar is Velasquez on?
He's on the 10 o'clock immediately preceding Young with 2 cases, 2020 CR 00242 and 2021 CR 08898. One's a leaving the scene and the other's a DUI as the primary charges. I have his attorney's attorney Keith Wood on both cases.
Okay, the first one is 2020 CR 00242. That's leaving the scene.
Yes.
And the other one is 2021 CR. What were the last 5?
08898.
Okay.
DUI and license not in person and other charges.
Okay, and Mr. Wood, Keith
Oh,
Wood
I
is the
see.
attorney.
It looks like he may have filed, looks like Mr. Wood may have filed a waiver on November 1st.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. Okay.
All right, and so this is for Velasquez. All right, so Ms. Sonia, let me look at the 11 o'clock and see, do you have anyone on the 11 o'clock that we?
Evan, next one I have with you is at 2 p.m. It's gonna be Zoom or in person?
Okay, so we'll see you back at 2 p.m. because I don't see anybody else on the 11.
Are you gonna be in Zoom or in the courtroom?
Zoom. Oh, this whole calendar is in Zoom.
Okay. I tried to fix this microphone. Okay, see you later.
Actually, you sound great now.
Yes,
I think when you choose headphones, you got to choose a different setting. So like if you choose computer audio, that's without headphones. And then if you choose headphones, I think you have to switch to a different setting.
Yes, we are old.
I know this.
Ben, fix my microphone. And it's like, oh.
I feel you. I wish I could carry a teenager with me everywhere I went.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. See you at 2.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Next on the calendar, yes. Next on the calendar is Tanisha Shakeen Robinson. Tanisha Shakeen Robinson. Tanisha Shakeen Robinson. All right, bench warrant. Janiyah Danae Young, Miss Young.
She's here, Your Honor.
Come on up to the podium for me.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Young. You're charged with unregistered driver. Do you have proof of your registration?
No, that was not my car.
Okay. So, how old are you, Miss Robinson, if you don't mind me asking?
Ma'am?
How old are you?
22.
Okay, so let me tell you something. Anytime you get behind the wheel of a car, whatever is wrong with that car now belongs to you. So if it's not your car and it's unregistered, then you're going to get the ticket. If you could show that the car was registered, then that might help you. I'm not going to speak for the state, but if you're unable to show that, then I'm sure that they're going to recommend something other than dismissal, unless they have other information I don't know about. Mr. Taylor or Ms. Janvier?
Yes, Your Honor. The recommendation will be a $500 fine.
Okay, so whose car was it, Miss Young?
It was my friend at the time.
And you no longer have a friendship with that person?
No, I've moved out of town since then and moved back.
Okay, because the fine is steep. It's $500, which with the surcharges would be $737.50 if you were going to take a plea to that. Now, I could give you either up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation, or I could give you 12 months pay only probation, and you could pay it over the course of the 12 months. And as soon as you pay it, your probation would end. So like if you paid it in 6 months, your probation would end. But those are your choices if you wish to enter a plea of guilty or nolo. Now, if you wish to go to trial on this case, then we could go ahead and go to trial, but all they would have to show is that the vehicle is unregistered. And unless you could show that it was registered at the date of the citation, that would be an issue.
What are the conditions of the probation?
So the two conditions are you have to report and you have to pay. The quicker you pay, the fewer times you have to report. So like, if you were to pay it off as quickly as you could and maybe get it paid off in 3 to 4 months or 6 months, then your probation would end at that time. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you wish to enter a plea in this case?
I was going to, plead no contest.
No contest. Okay. And Ms. Janvier, is she eligible for a no contest plea?
She is, and Your Honor, the state would be willing to amend the accusation to a no tag or expired tag. And
Okay.
The fine would be $100, Your Honor.
All right, look at that. So the case will be amended to no tag or expired tag. That'll be count 2. And then you could enter a plea to that, and it'll be $100 fine. Now, at 22, you probably haven't done this a lot before. So let me explain the difference with a NOLO. So a NOLO can help you avoid points on your license. And if you enter a NOLO, generally people would choose to enter a NOLO for a moving violation because that's where you get the most points. Usually on a tag violation or a documents violation, as they call it, you don't get points. So it's up to you. But if you want to save your NOLO just in case, like you got a ticket for speeding or something like that, which I know you would never speed. But you could, you said right, but you could save your NOLO if you wanted to do that and then enter a guilty plea if you chose to do that. And then that way you would still have the NOLO available to you. It's not going to change the fine. The fine would still be $100 and it'd be $151.50 with the surcharges. And then I could, like I said, I could give you up to 60 days to pay. If you needed more time than that, then you could do the probation option.
Okay, so 60 days to pay 150?
150. Yeah, 151.50.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Okay, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Is it no?
Huh?
Is it no?
No. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Do you swear or affirm that you're going to tell me the truth?
Oh, yes, I swear.
Okay, you can put your hand down now. All right, so you're before the court on case 2021 TK 00662 for Janiyah Danae Young. The case count 1 is an unregistered vehicle that is being amended to count 2, no tag or expired or invalid tag. You're entering a plea. Are you entering a plea of guilty or NOLO?
Guilty.
You're entering a plea of guilty to count 2. And by doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Ms. Young, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please. Well, I have the recommendation, just factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 20th, 2020, an officer observed Miss Young while traveling on Polar Springs Road and Riverdale Road in Clayton County, Georgia. Observed the vehicle without a tag, and Miss Young was cited for the failure to register the tag within 30 days.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Young, I'm going to accept your plea. The fine will be $100, $151.50. Now, Ms. Young, I'm going to ask you to do one more thing for me. Go downstairs to the second floor, so right below where you are, and you're gonna, when you come back into the hallway, into the double doors, you're going to go to the left. You'll see the window for traffic, the traffic court window down there, and they'll give you your paperwork. It will have the date by which your payment needs to be made. And also they can tell you about paying online or by phone if you choose to do that, instead of coming back down here to the courthouse. Okay.
All right.
All right. Did you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right. And anytime you get into somebody else's car, you want to make sure it has insurance, registration, and that all of the equipment works properly. Okay. Especially that insurance and registration part, because sometimes people will say, oh, no, I'm good.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, ma'am. Just go on downstairs to the second floor and get your paperwork. All righty. All right. Mr. Kamani, you and Miss Dove, I placed you in breakout room number 1. Deputy, is there another person in the courtroom?
Yes, I have one person for the 11 o'clock who just showed up.
Okay. So who's that?
Page 1, Mr. Bryant.
Oh, okay. Donovan Tavate Bryant.
Yes.
That was okay. Mr. Bryant, come on up to the podium for me. Mr. Bryant is a Lister Houghton Dennis client.
Your Honor, if it's okay, can I conference with Mr. Bryant?
Sure. All right. So, Mr. Bryant, you're here a little early, and that's okay. We're going to get you in to speak with Ms. Hahn, and she's going to talk to you about your case. So I'm going to put the courtroom in a breakout room, and you're going to be able to speak directly with the attorney without the rest of us hearing. Okay. All right. Hold on just a second. Ms. Hahn and the courtroom are going in breakout room number 2.
Thank you.
All right. And are there any other cases that we haven't addressed on the 10 o'clock calendar?
No.
All righty. So as soon as those individuals come back, we'll be able to move forward.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
can I confirm that for Padilla, you issued a bench warrant bond forfeiture? I know that she sounded for him, but I didn't.
Yeah, I did. Bench warrant
Okay.
bond forfeiture.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. We'll be back.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
I have an announcement for Ms. Dove. She's going to plead nolo to counts 1 and 2.
All right. Ms. Dove, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Dove, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Emily Alice Dove, 2020 CR 05355. You're charged with obstructing an officer in disorderly conduct. You're entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're coming on for the 11 o'clock calendar, please make sure that your first and last name are on the screen. You can go to the rename function and first and last name. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. On April 9th, 2020, an officer responded to the Chase Bank, 3604 Highway 138 Southeast, for an officer who needed assistance. There was a fight. This was in Clayton County, Georgia. At that time, he made contact with one individual and additionally Ms. Dove. Ms. Dove was asked to identify the other individual. She initially stated that his name was Michael Wade and that he was approximately 28 years old. She stated it was her husband, but didn't know his birth date. Additionally, she once the information was checked, nothing came back. Ms. Dove was asked again what was the offender's name, and eventually she advised that his name was Marco Alexander Howard. And she was evasive during the questions, during the investigation, and eventually began to tell the truth. So for the obstruction charge, Your Honor, it's a $300 fine, and count 2 is 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served. The balance would be suspended with no new violations of the law.
All right, Mr. Kamani.
Your Honor, she requires 60 days to pay the fine.
All right. So, ma'am, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2. I'll sentence you on count 1 to pay a fine in the amount of $300. That's going to be $444 with the surcharges, and you'll have 60 days in which to pay. And on count 2, it's a nolo plea, and I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served. The balance will be suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, Ms. Dove. So, Ms. Dove, I need you to send your email address to Ms. Brenda Castaneda. So
Okay.
you know how to use the chat function?
Your Honor, I have it. I can send it.
Oh, okay. So Mr. Kamani's going to send it. So either tomorrow or the next day, check your email and it'll show you your sentencing sheet. It'll also give you information about how to pay online or by phone instead of coming down to the courthouse, and the date by which you have to pay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're coming on for the 11 o'clock calendar, please make sure your device is muted, but please make sure you have your first and last name on the screen. London's S21, may I have your name, please?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm about to put it up. It's London Kelly. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so we're waiting for Ms. Hunt and the courtroom to come back, and we'll resolve the 10 o'clock calendar, but I'll go through just so that we can conform. Best is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Boyd was a null pros. Danner, bench warrant. Dove, plea. Hand, waiver. Igu, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Jimenez Abreu, not guilty. Terrence Jones, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Padilla, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Perales, waiver. Robinson, bench warrant. Young, plea. And Velasquez, plea. I'm sorry, waiver. Velasquez was a waiver. All right. That concludes the 10 a.m. calendar, and we'll be back in a moment.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
I just wanted to confirm, is Miss Horn in a breakout room?
Yes,
Can you add me to that breakout room as well?
sure. She's in a breakout room with the gentleman from the 11 o'clock calendar who just came in. So
Okay.
I'll put you in the breakout room. All right.
Should still be able to see my name. But I just have it up because it's on the turn.
One moment, Mr. Bryant. We're waiting for the attorneys, okay?
All right.
Ms. Hahn?
Yeah, hi, Your Honor, can we get a breakout room with the prosecutor after talking to Mr. Bryant?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, Miss John VA, I'll add you to the breakout room. And just the attorney. In fact, I'll move everybody. I'll move everybody to breakout room number 1.
Your Honor, if you could add Mr. Taylor, you said
Oh,
Brian, right? Yes, and just for reference, he is A through L, and I'm M through Z this morning.
I'm gonna tell you, Miss John V, I'm gonna try, but I'm probably still gonna get it wrong. I'll do the best I can.
Okay.
Okay.
You can have a seat to come.
hear this, we may want to ask just to have him step out in the hallway and talk to him on the phone, so you have a little more privacy here.
Mr. Lampkin,
Actually, you know what?
I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm hearing somebody. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Lampkin, but somebody was talking about talking on the phone. So if you're gonna talk, make sure that you mute your device and that you're not running two devices where one of the other ones can pick you up. Ms. Han, do you have an announcement?
Ask if you can have Mr. Bryant step out in the hall to call.
If it's possible, I would like Mr. Bryant to step out in the hallway so we can call him on the phone.
Brian, if you'll step outside so that your attorney can speak to you on the phone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, you have an announcement?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did you have a question for me?
I was asking if you had an announcement.
On,
We're just waiting on Ms. Han.
I had an announcement on Miss Bailey. I believe
Okay.
that case has been null prossed and the null pros has been sent to your desk.
Yeah, I
just
think
for your-
I signed it. If I haven't signed it, then I will be signing it.
Okay.
All
And
right.
let's see, which other case? Malik Bonnie.
Yes.
That case was held in abeyance from last year until this
Yes.
year. And per my information, he has not had any additional difficulties, so the state would move forward to null process that, if assuming he's in court today. I guess he doesn't have to be in court, but
Yeah, I don't know that I told him he had to come back unless there was an issue.
Okay, well, we ran a recent history to see if he had had any trouble, and it doesn't appear he's had any trouble at all since his appearance last November.
Great. So while Ms. Han is out speaking with Mr. Bryant, I'm going to go ahead and give my announcements. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11 o'clock calendar for the criminal arraignment for State Court of Clayton County. This is courtroom 304, and I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. I'm going to call the calendar, but before I do, I'm going to give you some information. So everyone on this calendar is entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford an attorney or you wish to have one appointed to you today, I can do that. Just let me know once your name is called. Most of you have attorneys. And if you do, when I call your name, I'm going to need to know that you are here, but your attorney is going to speak on your behalf. If you enter a plea today, it's going to be one of three types of pleas, either a not guilty, which means at a later date, you'll have a trial, by jury or before a jury of 6 people or before a judge. And at the trial date, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You also have the right to remain silent and not give any evidence or testimony against yourself. That's your Fifth Amendment right. And so you do have to show up for the trial, but once you're there, you're not required to do anything unless you wish to challenge any arguments made by the state or introduce witnesses and evidence on your behalf. And you may do that if you choose. If you choose to represent yourself at trial, there are some issues that may come with that. I do need to let you know that I have to adhere to the rules of procedure and evidence, and I have to treat you as I would an attorney who knows those rules of procedure and evidence. So you may be at a disadvantage with getting information into the record of the court. So please consider that. But if you wish to represent yourself, you have the right to do that. If you're convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you were convicted, but you believed it was a mistake, you have the right within 30 days of the verdict of the court to appeal your case to a higher court that might make a different decision. Those are the rights that come with having a trial. You also have the right to enter a plea of guilty or no contest. If you enter a plea of guilty or no contest, you're giving up the right to have a trial and those rights that come with having a trial. However, we will resolve your case today. You will be involved in talking to the state to determine what is going to happen with your case, or your attorney, if you have an attorney representing you. And by entering a plea of guilty, it means that you feel you're guilty of the offenses before the court, even if you don't agree with every factual part of the information provided by the state, but you do believe you are guilty of the offense. Then you could also enter a plea of nolo or no contest, which means that you know the state has evidence that they could use at trial, and they could use that evidence against you, and a conviction might occur. But you wish to resolve your case without contesting the evidence that they have that's available. Now, a no contest plea has some benefits in particular cases. And for traffic offenses, it has the benefit of helping you to avoid points on your license or a possible suspension of your license, but you have to be NOLO eligible, meaning you haven't used that NOLO plea within the last 5 years for a similar case. And we'll let you know when you come up if you are eligible for a NOLO plea. But keep that in mind. If you're under 21, it is easier to pick up points on your license and to get a suspension. So a NOLO plea may not work the same way for you. Be mindful of that. And if you have a commercial driver's license and you drive for a living, that's how you take care of yourself and your family, please be mindful that if you enter a plea of NOLO or guilty, or if you're convicted at trial, it may have a negative effect on your CDL, even if it's on your personal license. So please be clear before you do any of those things about what might happen. If you need more time, you can enter a plea of not guilty. And while you're preparing for trial, you can also investigate that. And at the trial date, if you wish to enter a plea on that date, that's fine with the court. Okay. All right. So I'm going to call the names. When I call your name, please let me know that you're here, but your attorney will speak on your behalf. Okay. All right. The first name is Laurel Fillion Arnold. Laurel Arnold. Laurel Arnold. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yakubu Bailey, that case has been null prost. Malik Bani, that case has been null prost. Donovan Bryant, Mr. Bryant is here.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Bryant would like to plead not guilty.
All right. So Mr. Bryant. So Mr. Bryant, you're entering a plea of not guilty. There'll be other court dates that come after this, and then you'll have your trial date. So please make sure that Ms. Hahn's office has your correct mailing address and contact information, meaning your email address, your phone number. If any of that changes, you want to let the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis know as soon as that changes, and they'll direct you how to change everything with the court. But if you don't have current information on file with the court, if we send out notices, you could get a bench warrant if you fail to appear, okay? So please make sure that you keep in touch with your attorney, and also if anything changes about your contact information, that you let them know as soon as possible, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so your not guilty plea has been registered. You'll be set for a trial date, and you're free to go at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Deshae Denise Drummer.
Your
Deshae-
Honor,
Go ahead, ma'am.
oh, I'm sorry. She's here. I'd like to speak with her. She is.
Okay, she is on video. So I'll set up a breakout room. Benita Gould. Benita Gould. Benita Gould. Last call for Benita Gould. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. London Alfred Kelly. London
Yes, Your
Kelly.
Honor, I'm here.
All right. Can somebody clarify what Mr. Kelly's charged with? It looks like furniture obscene to me. That's because stuff's getting cut off on my calendar. So can somebody tell me what that means?
One moment, Your Honor, let me review that.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, do you need an attorney to represent you, or will you be representing yourself?
Your Honor, I'm representing him.
Oh, okay. Who said that? Ms. Hahn?
Ms. Hahn. That was Ms. Hahn. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. He just didn't have LH&D on his on the accounts. Okay, so Ms. Hahn is representing. All right. Now, what's the charge again?
Furnishing obscene material to a minor electronically.
Oh, okay. All righty then. All right. So, Ms. Hahn, do you need to speak with Mr. Kelly?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Kelly would like to plead not guilty today.
All right. So, Mr. Kelly, you're entering a plea of not guilty, sir. Where are you? May I see you? He was
I'm on here.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you are. So, Mr. Kelly, you're entering a plea of not guilty, and your attorney is going to work with you on your case. You'll have court dates coming up. Please make sure she always knows how to reach you. If anything changes about your contact information, let her know first, and then she'll direct you as to how to change your contact information with the court to keep us updated so that you don't get a bench warrant for missing a court date, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You're free to go at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Alexander Lampkin.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Good morning, Honorable Court. Attorney Amaya Cruz on behalf of Mr. Lampkin. And we would like to enter a plea of not guilty to Mr. Lampkin's matter.
Okay, have you had the chance to pre-trial with the state?
We have not had opportunity to pre-trial with the state.
Do you wish to have that opportunity this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'll do a breakout room for you in the state so that you can discuss Mr. Lampkin's case. Jermaine Lamar Watkins. Jermaine Lamar Watkins.
I wasn't able to establish contact.
Last call, Jermaine Lamar Watkins. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Jasmine Arlene Wilson. Jasmine Arlene Wilson. Jasmine Arlene Wilson. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Tristan Aubrey Woody. Tristan Aubrey Woody. Tristan Aubrey Woody. Last call, bench warrant, bench warrant. And Justin Worsham, we closed that case yesterday.
That's right, yes.
All right. All right, so Mr. Cruz, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Let me see if I can get this right. With Mr. Taylor, A through. Okay, good. All right, so
as well, Your Honor.
all right, so the breakout room, I'll put you in breakout room number 3. Mr. Taylor, Ms. Janvier, and Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. We always like to talk first before we go away, because it might be something that we can get resolved today. And Mr. Cruz. There we are. All right. All righty, and we'll be back in a moment. Ms. Hahn, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. Drummer.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Drummer and Ms. Hahn will go into breakout room number 4.
Your Honor, can you add me as well, please?
All right.
Your Honor, can you add me as well, Carolyn Johnson? I'm her mom.
No.
No, ma'am. How old is Ms. Hahn? I mean, Ms. Drummer.
She's 23, but she's under how do you say it? I am her I'm over her.
Okay. All right. So she has some difficulties where you have to assist her?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
No problem. All right. I'll put you in there with them.
Thank you.
Hold on. And it should say breakout room number 4. Oh, I just lost it.
Thank you, Judge.
No problem. Thank you.
No, it looks like she's
Your Honor?
19 with that.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like Ms. Johnson is the alleged victim in this case, so we wouldn't be able to talk to.
Okay. Kind of thought that. All right. Get you on it. All right, Ms. Johnson, thank you for your understanding. And then once they finish speaking with her, they'll come forward, okay?
Okay.
All right, so
Thank you.
we're just waiting for the attorneys to come out of the breakout rooms. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. John VA, Mr. Cruz, you all have an announcement?
Yes, ma'am. We will ask for a continuance until April. I believe we've come to a resolution in this case. We just need time to, I need time to talk to my client about it to see if there's something that he would be interested in. But two, if so, he would need until about April to complete it.
A continuance until April?
Yes, ma'am. And just to put it on the record, if it's okay with ASG Janvier and ASG Taylor, the offer is a course. The course is a 3-month-long course. I asked just in consideration of the holiday season, because I know how Thanksgiving and Christmas could both throw things off. I asked if he could just start that course in January, and that'll allow him the time to complete said course. So April, everything should be done. If, of course, that's what my client wants to do.
It's the anger management course, Your Honor. We feel like that would have been part of a sentence.
Okay, and it's anger management instead of the family violence intervention?
It's a brother and sister, and it's the anger management course would be more appropriate than the part that.
I'm fine with that. The part that I'm not fine with is 4 months, because anger management is a lot shorter than the family violence intervention program. How old is Mr. Lampkin?
Mr. Lampkin is, give me one second. Mr. Lampkin, you can answer. I'm pulling out your file now, but if you want to answer, go ahead and answer your age.
I'm 23, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Lampkin is grown. Let's shorten that time frame. I'll give him, it's November now. And there's nothing that prevents him from doing an anger management course in December, January. So we'll give him until February to complete that course, and then we'll put him on a February calendar.
Now, December, January.
It's not 24 weeks, Mr. Cruz. It's at most what? How long are the anger management courses? It's the longest one we got. Where's Ms. Thomas?
I'm here, Your Honor.
What's
Good
the
morning.
average length of anger management classes?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, what the average length is.
Okay, can you check with Mr. Austin or Miss Chang and see what we got? Because that seems a little long. Like if you were doing FVIP, that'd be no problem, but that's a little long for anger management.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. I'll check right now.
All right, thank you. When Ms. Thomas gets back, we'll resolve that. All right.
Yes. And I'm going to call my client on my cell phone while we're
Yeah,
waiting.
that's fine. Just make sure you and your client mute your devices.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
can I speak with Mr. Taylor, please?
Sure.
Breakout room.
Y'all are in the breakout room together, I think. Hold on, let me check.
Okay.
So you can just go back into that same breakout room. Nope, I'm sorry, you're in the breakout room with Miss Drummer. Hold on, I'm gonna move you to breakout room number 3. Mr. Taylor, you're in breakout room number 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it actually possible that we speak with Miss Johnson now? Miss Carolyn Johnson.
Did you want to speak with her with Miss Drummer or
Yeah.
separately?
Just
Okay.
separately, please.
All right, 1 second. You and who else to speak with Miss Johnson?
Just me.
Okay, so I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 5.
Thank you.
Miss Johnson, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 5. Okay. All right. All right. So, Mr. Cruz, Ms. John VA, the average length of an anger management class is 8 to 12 weeks. I'll give you until March. We'll put Mr. Bryant on a March calendar. I'm sorry, not Mr. Bryant, Mr. Lampkin on a March calendar.
Is there a particular course that the state prefers or the honorable court prefers that we take?
The probation office may have a list. Mrs. Thomas, do you all have a list of probation courses? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. I just hit the wrong button. Do you all have a list of recommended probation, of anger management courses in probation?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. We have locations for Clayton County, and at the bottom of the sheet, there's a website you can go to find locations in other counties.
Okay. Mrs. Thomas, if you could chat that website information to Mr. Cruz, and that way we can make it easy for Mr. Lampkin to do what needs to be done.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. I'll do so right now.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right.
And once we receive that information, may we be excused?
Yes, so this case will be continued to March. You're going to get that information from the probation, and you'll take an approved course per the information provided by probation, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let me know when you get it.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
All right, and so my understanding is the remaining case on the calendar is Ms. Drummer, and they are currently speaking with Mrs. Johnson regarding that case.
That's correct, Your Honor. And we anticipate, if the information is good, no processing that particular charge. It was held in abeyance from last year at this time.
All right, thank you.
Aaron, I just want to let you know that Ms. Thomas sent the information over to me. Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas.
All right, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Lampkin, you get this done. You don't embarrass your attorney after he kind of got you the ability to get this done, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You both are free to go at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
pick up.
Well, Your Honor, we're back from and we have an announcement on the Drummer case.
All righty.
Miss Drummer, her case was held in abeyance from November of last year with the provision that she maintain, she stay on her medication regimen. And Ms. Hahn and Mr. Little spoke with Ms. Drummer's mother to confirm that. And she said she's been doing well and staying on her medication. Based on her compliance with the terms of that abeyance, the state will move forward to null process the case since it's been a year.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Drummer, and in no small part, I'm sure, to Ms. Johnson. Ms. Drummer, you just keep doing what you're doing, and the court will record the null process. Are they out or are they still in breakout rooms?
Ms. Hahn is here. I don't know. Mr. Little may be in the breakout room.
I think Miss Drummer might be in the breakout room.
Yeah, she still is. Let's see if we can get her out. Miss Hahn, if you could go back in and maybe help her get out, she just may not be seeing the prompt. So I'm going to put you back in breakout room number 4.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Drummer?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Ms. Drummer, you've been doing well. You've been staying on your medical regimen. And so because of that, your case is going to be no prost, all right? Ms. Drummer?
I don't think she know what it means, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Drummer. That means that your case is going to be dismissed at this time. They're not going to pursue it, and you'll be fine. Just continue to stay on your medicine regimen. If anything changes or it makes you feel funny, go back to your doctor and have them adjust it for you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson.
You're welcome, Judge. Have a great day.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go over the calendar, the 11 o'clock calendar to conform. Laurel Arnold is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Bailey is no pros. Bonnie, no pros. Bryant is a not guilty. Drummer, no pros. Gould, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Kelly is a not guilty. Lampkin is continued to the March calendar. Watkins, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Wilson, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Woody, bench warrant. And Worsham was closed. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until the 1 p.m. calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Nobody's here.
I guess some of you are not familiar with the rename function. Ma'am in the pink shirt with the Samsung, what's your name? Ma'am? Ma'am in the pink shirt with the Samsung phone. What's your name, ma'am? You touching your face? Yes, ma'am. Talk to you. So pink sweatshirt, eyelashes. You touching your eyelash right now. What's your name? Okay.
I don't think she can hear, Judge.
Eddie's A12. What's your name?
Yes, ma'am. Eddie Adams. Can you hear me? Eddie Adams.
Yes, sir. I changed your name. All right, ma'am in the pink shirt, if you can hear me, wave your hand. Okay.
Judge, it seems like she don't have a speaker audio on for her.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to check.
And I do have one in the courtroom for the 1 o'clock.
Okay, who is that?
It's Mr. Johnson James on the 3rd page, second to last.
Okay.
What are we waiting for?
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. What's your name?
Shermiko Carter.
Spell that for me.
SHERMICOZARTER.
All right. Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. This is the 1 p.m. calendar for November 9th, 2022. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward, and this is the Clayton County State Court, courtroom 304. This is the arraignment calendar. So I have a little bit of information I'm going to share with you before I call the calendar. First, everyone's entitled to have an attorney represent them. And if you wish to have one, when I call your name, let me know that you need an attorney and I can assign one to you. If you are before the court, it is expected that you'll at some point during this hearing enter a plea of not guilty, guilty, or no contest, nolo. If you enter a not guilty plea, that means that you'll have a trial at a later date, either with a judge or with a judge and jury. At the trial, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And you have the right, the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which means that you do not have to make any statements or enter any testimony or evidence against yourself. And so you need to show up for the trial, but the state has that burden and you have the right to remain silent. If you do wish to present evidence and testimony or challenge any arguments made by the state, you can do that. I do caution you that if you're intending to represent yourself at trial, it may be difficult because of the rules of evidence and procedure, and I cannot treat you any differently than I would an attorney. And so it may be difficult for you to get evidence into the record of the trial because of your inability to follow the rules of evidence or procedure. So please be mindful of that. If you go to trial and you were convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. However, if you were convicted, but you believe that conviction was a mistake, you could appeal that conviction within 30 days of the court's verdict to a higher court, which may, that court may make a different decision in your case. So those are all the rights that come with trial. If you enter a plea of guilty or no contest, nolo, then you give up those rights that come with trial. We will address your case today. You'll have the opportunity, either yourself or with your attorney, to speak with the state and determine what their recommendation is. And once I receive recommendations from both sides, then a plea can be entered of guilty or nolo. A guilty plea means you believe that you are guilty of the offenses before the court, even if you don't agree with every part of the factual basis as read by the state. You do believe that you are guilty of the offenses before the court. Nolo or no contest means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could use against you at trial, and they could use that evidence to obtain a conviction against you. And because of that, you do not wish to contest the evidence, but you do wish to resolve your case. Now, a nolo plea has many benefits, and some of those benefits are in traffic offenses, where it can help you avoid points on your license, or it can help you avoid a suspension of your license. But please be mindful that if you're under the age of 21, a nolo plea may not help you the same way it would someone who's over 21. It's easier for under 21 drivers to get points on their license and get a suspension of the license. Also, if you have a CDL, a commercial driver's license, and your livelihood depends on your commercial driver's license, you want to be mindful of what could happen if you get convicted at trial or you enter a plea of guilty or nolo. If you need to investigate that, you can enter a plea of not guilty. And while you prepare for trial, you can find out what might happen to your commercial driver's license. And then once you come for trial, if you wish on that date to enter a plea instead of going forward with the trial, then you may do so at that time. I do caution you that even if the citation is on your personal driver's license, it could affect your CDL. So please be mindful of that. I'm going to call the calendar. And when I call the calendar, if you're represented by an attorney, please make sure that I know that you're here, but your attorney is going to speak on your behalf. If you're not represented by an attorney, then I will discuss with you whether you need me to appoint one, whether you have already hired one, or whether you wish to represent yourself and speak directly with the state. The first case on the calendar is Eddie Conrad Adams Jr. Mr. Adams is here by video. And Mr. Adams is represented by Lister Holton Dennis.
Yes. Yes.
All right, I got you, Mr. Adams. Who's representing Mr. Adams?
Your Honor, I am representing Mr. Adams.
right.
He will be not guilty today.
Okay, so Mr. Adams, I just need to be, want you to be mindful. You know what you are here about. So please be mindful of that and don't get yourself into a situation where you have another charge of a similar nature. I've had individuals who were awaiting trial, had entered a not guilty plea out on bond, and this individual chose to drive impaired again. And ended up killing a 19-year-old girl a week before Christmas.
Right.
So I tell you that story just because I want people to be mindful that this is serious and you don't want to get yourself in anything further, okay? All right, so
Yes, ma'am.
please keep in touch with your attorneys. If anything changes about your contact information, please make sure that your attorney is aware of those changes as soon as you can. And we want to make sure that your address, if any of your address information changes, let your attorney know, and they'll direct you as to how to change it with the court. Because if we send out a notice and you don't appear, a bench warrant will issue, okay?
Right. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Adams, at this time, I have recorded your not guilty plea and you will await your next court hearing and keep in touch with your attorney.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mary Nell Aldridge. Mary Nell Aldridge. Mary Nell Aldridge. I do not have an attorney listed for Aldridge. Does anyone have an attorney for her? The court is going to issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I haven't, my notes continue to say that she's pro se, that no attorneys entered, performed an entry on her behalf at this time.
Not since this came in? Wow. Okay, because it's a 2021 case. So
Yes.
Just trying to be mindful. All right, the next person on the calendar is Kamikiwan LaShun Allen. Kamikiwan LaShun Allen. Kamikiwan.
Your
Oh, I'm
Honor,
sorry.
we're representing her. She said she would be on the calendar today. She's aware of the Zoom. If I could have just a moment to contact her and make sure she got the link.
All right, so I'll go ahead and enter a bench warrant bond forfeiture. But if she does appear before the end of the calendar, then we'll go ahead and deal with her case.
Thank you.
All righty. Shamiko Shanteri Carter.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Carter is represented by Lister Holt and Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Carter would like to plead not guilty today.
All right, Ms. Carter, as I said with Mr. Adams, you are aware of what the charges are that you face. Please make sure that you're mindful of that. And while you await trial, that you don't get into any similar situations. So clear?
I'm clear.
All right, so please keep in touch with your attorneys. Please make sure that if anything changes about your contact information, that you let them know so they can direct you as to how to update the court, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're free to go at this time.
Okay.
Right. Angelicia Monet Dura.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm representing Miss Dura, and she's on the Zoom call.
Yes.
She was offered PTI and she has completed her PTI.
All right.
That's correct, Your Honor. I have a note that she completed. We originally continued to today's date for her to complete
Yes.
the remaining items, and she completed them on November 2nd.
All right.
They will follow no process on that matter.
Thank you. Ms. Dora, your case is going to be null pros, and I'll accept that null pros. Thank you for going ahead and doing what you needed to do to get this case resolved, okay?
Thank you.
All right, you're free to go at this time. All right, Robert Gaskin, Mr. Holton Dennis.
Yes, Your Honor. I haven't been able to get in touch with Gaskin.
Robert Gaskin. Robert Gaskin. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Maydeen Fallon Gale. I don't have an attorney listed for Maydeen Fallon Gale. Last call, Maydeen Fallon Gale. Bench warrant bond forfeiture.
And Your Honor, that's correct. No attorney has filed an entry or made our office aware.
All right, James Horace Harvey Jr., Attorney Moore Mbikwe. James Horace Harvey Jr. Has anybody received a waiver for James Horace Harvey Jr.? Any communication from Mr. Mbikwe's office?
I have not, Your Honor, but they would have contacted Ms. Janvier. Ms. Janvier, have you received any notice from Mr. Ibikwe?
No, I have not.
I haven't received anything on the judge.
All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Tamala Joe Hawkins, Michael Moran and William Moran, attorneys. Tamala Joe Hawkins. Tamala Joe Hawkins. All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Max Raphael James Jackson. No attorney listed on the calendar. Max Raphael James Jackson. Max Raphael James Jackson. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. James Jamar Johnson. He's in the courtroom.
Your Honor, I need a breakout room with Mr. Johnson.
All right. And last case on this calendar, Edric Travell Waters. Edric.
I'm here.
All right, Mr. Waters. Mr. Waters, I don't see an attorney representing you. You're charged with no license. Do you need to have an attorney to represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
No, I wish to represent myself, but I have a question.
Okay, one more question from me. Are you over the age of 21, sir?
Yes, I'm 28.
Okay, all right. And what's your question?
I live in Florida and we're in the middle of a hurricane and I work for the hospital. And I really have to go to work. So I was wondering, like, what's the because I work at the hospital and I have to stay overnight at the hospital. So I was like, what's the process and like the timing? So I could just give my job a heads up.
Okay, the process is, if you want to speak with the state right now, I'll put you in a breakout room with them. They can tell you what their offer would be on this case if you wanted to enter a plea of guilty or no contest. But if you wanted to enter a plea of not guilty and have a trial, you could do that now and you could be on your way.
Well, it was during the pandemic. So it's like,
don't tell me anything extra. If you want to talk about the case and see what the state would like to do, then you can talk to them.
Okay,
All right, so I'll
I
put
would
you in a
like
break.
that.
Okay, because I did hear that there's a Cat 1, so I'm gonna put you in a breakout room right now with Miss John VA and Mr. Taylor. And that way you can speak with them directly about your case, okay?
Okay, and would that speed up the process or?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's about as quick as we can do it.
Okay, thank you. And I want to just say, you look very nice, and I'm happy to see Black excellence, Judge. You're doing your thing.
I appreciate that, Mr. Waters. Thankfully I am joined across the state with some very wonderful and competent judges, so I appreciate that.
Yes, yes,
All right.
and yes.
All right, sir. You can go into the breakout room and speak with Mr. Taylor and Miss John VA, okay? All right, Ms. Khan, you needed to speak with, let's see who was first.
Alan,
Okay. Yes.
and she's
She's here?
yes, yes.
All right, so Miss Allen.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am, I hear you just fine. And Miss Khan, you needed a breakout room with Miss Allen?
No, actually, she is ready to enter not guilty plea.
All right, so Miss Allen, you're entering a plea of not guilty, so you'll have time to speak with your attorney and to prepare for trial. The important things are, please make sure you keep in touch with your attorney, that your attorney always has the ability to reach you. If anything changes about your contact information, let them know first so that they can direct you as to how to change your information with the court. Because if we send out notice and you don't appear, then a bench warrant could issue. Also, you know what you are charged with. All I ask is that you be mindful to not put yourself in a situation where you could pick up additional charges such as that. Prior to you coming on the call, I had to point out the fact that we're getting close to that time of year. But I had a case where a gentleman was charged with DUI. He was on bond and he ended up getting another DUI and killing a 19-year-old girl the week before Christmas. So please be mindful of what's going on and continue to speak with your attorney about your
Trust
case.
me, I am. My daughter just turned 18 and she's driving me everywhere now. I don't do nothing by myself.
All right. Well, it's good that you're taking those precautions, and you're free to go at this time, Miss Allen.
Thank you.
All righty. And Miss Hahn, did you need to speak with someone else? I know Mr. Kamani needs to speak with someone in the courtroom, correct, Mr. Kamani?
That's right, Your Honor. Johnson.
All right. Okay, so Mr. Johnson, I'm going to put you the courtroom in a breakout room with Mr. Kamani. And once you've had that opportunity to speak, then you all can make an announcement. Mr. Kamani, the courtroom is in breakout room number 2. I'm going to put you in breakout room number 2. There you go. And when you have an announcement, I'll accept it.
Oh my God.
Hold on, Miss Allen.
Oh, sorry. Let me get just logged.
Yeah, and because you're not on mute. So.
Mr. Taylor, I think we need a bench warrant set aside for Miss Kamika. Oh, no, there's no bench warrant set because I don't think a bench warrant was issued. I thought maybe that she had missed a prior court date, but she's not. All right, no, yeah, no bench warrant set aside necessary. I just marked it down, but I erased it.
Okay, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
Your Honor, the state has an announcement for Waters.
Yes, please.
Mr. Waters is he back?
I don't think so. Let's see.
I did tell him to come back to the main room.
Yeah, sometimes it's, yeah, here he is.
There he goes, okay.
Mr. Waters? Okay, Ms. Janvier was about to make an announcement on your case. Go ahead, Ms. Janvier.
Mr. Waters is willing to plead NOLO.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so Mr. Waters, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, yes,
All
Judge
right.
Haywood.
You can put your hand down. So, Mr. Waters, you're before the court on 2021 CR 04325, Edric Travell Waters, for no license. You're entering a plea of NOLO. And by doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So factual basis and recommendation, please, Ms. Janvier.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 6th, 2020, officer was performing a road safety check on Flat Shoals Road in Clayton County, Georgia. At that time, he made contact with a silver Chevy Malibu, which was driven by Mr. Waters. Mr. Waters gave the officer an expired driver's license. After checking through the GCIC, it was determined that his license was invalid. The state is recommending a $500 fine with 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served. The balance would be suspended pending no new violation of the law. And Mr. Waters is NOLO eligible.
Okay. All right, Mr. Waters. So as Ms. Janvier may have told you, this fine is statutory. The NOLO plea means that your license won't be suspended because it's a first and 5, but the fine is the statutory $500, which is $737.50 with the surcharges. I know, but I can give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation. If you need longer, I can put you on pay only probation. And the way it works is that you'll have up to 12 months, but as soon as you pay it, the probation will terminate. So if you pay it within the 3rd month or the 5th month, then your probation will end at that point. Did you wish to have 60 days or did you wish to have pay only probation?
I'll do the 60 days.
All right. So, Mr. Waters, I'm going to give you 60 days in which to pay a $500 fine.
Where do I pay it at? Do I have to be in person to pay it?
No, I'm getting ready to give you that information.
Okay.
Okay. So what I need you to do is use the chat function. Do you know how to use the chat function?
Yes.
Okay. So when you click on the chat function, whatever name is in blue, click on that and you're looking for Miss Brenda Castaneda. I need you to send Miss Brenda your email address and check it twice to make sure all the letters and numbers in the right spot. When you send that to Miss Brenda, she's going to send you back an email with your information about when the deadline is for payment. It's your sentencing sheet. And she's also going to send information about how to pay online or by phone, so you don't have to come into the courthouse since you're in Florida.
And I also have a question, like, can I pay like bits of pieces or it has to be all in one?
I believe you can pay partial, you can pay parts of it. I don't think you have to pay it all at once.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have something else to say.
Yes, sir.
Am I allowed to say it?
I guess so.
Okay, since we already established like, what's going on. I have a question because at the time I was an essential worker because I worked at Emory Hospital. And
Okay.
and the DMVs were like, they weren't open because of the pandemic, and they were scheduling people out 30 days, especially if you had the state license.
Right.
I mean, I was just wondering, like, because all I'm saying is that I didn't really deserve this.
Okay.
Because
did Mr. Waters, did you get your new license?
yes, everything is fixed now. I have insurance, but it was just the pandemic. And, I just started working at Emory, and I wasn't even considered full-time at the time. So I had just got that job around my birthday. And then it's just the pandemic hit. Like it was scheduled, like you weren't able to schedule an appointment until 30 days out of what the date. So they were booked up because they just had back open.
Okay.
So that's
hold
all
on.
I'm saying. Like, it was during the pandemic. I just want to say that because it's
Oh,
like, and then
okay.
Weeks later, I found out that Clayton County stopped doing roadblocks because of the
Yeah.
same reason.
Yeah, at some point we did, yeah. Miss Janvier, Mr. Taylor, does this make any difference to you all?
That's all I'm saying. And I was an essential worker.
Hold on,
I
Mr.
had to show up
Waters.
to work. Oh, I'm sorry.
What you do at the hospital?
Right at that time, I was working in radiology.
Okay.
But right now, I'm a team lead in admissions, and
I do recall there was some issue with the DMV not issuing licenses for some point.
Yes.
Because of the pandemic.
And especially if you were state to state, like if you were like Georgia residents, you were like, it was bad, but it was still, it was good. But if you were state to state, it was. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Waters,
I'm sorry.
You talk a lot. How about this, Mr. Waters? How about the court is going to sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $500. I'll suspend $200 of the fine, and then you'll pay the $300 fine, which is $444.
Thank you, Miss Judge Haywood.
Okay. So
I really appreciate that.
In light of your essential worker status and the fact that I do know that the DMV was having delays in scheduling. So
that's all I want to say.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. And you go ahead and get to work and be safe. So a cat 1 can turn into a cat whatever as quickly as it can. So
exactly. And I'm trying to get the Publix to get me some wings because they ain't got no food at the hospital.
Mr. Waters, go to work, please.
Okay. You be safe. Okay. Thank you so much, Judge. I'm so glad to get this off my back.
I know you are. Take care, sir. And you'll get that email
so
in a day or so.
No warrant for me or nothing like that, right?
No, sir.
Do I have to check in with my Bells bondsman?
You can let them know that you've finished everything. They should get notice, but you can let them know that everything's been finished, and you'll get your sentencing sheet by email.
Okay, thank you so much, Judge. I really appreciate it.
All right, take care, sir.
All right.
All right, bye-bye. All right, so I guess we're waiting for Mr. Kamani. He may be on the phone with Mr. Johnson. And I think that would be the last case on this calendar. And then we'll just be ready for the 2 p.m. I'm not sure if there's something going on in the courthouse because it looks like all the people who were with the court or at the building have disappeared. Did anybody else notice that but me? Well, the solicitors are gone. Mrs. Thomas is gone.
He probably logged them on. He probably don't have to log back on.
Yeah, so well, hold on. Thank
And I'll
you.
go check right now.
With that premium, there we go. With that premium internet that we have at the county. All right, everybody's coming back.
Your Honor.
Hold on just a second,
Sorry.
Mr. Kamani. I don't think everybody has their audio back yet. All right, so I noticed like half of the court went missing for a minute. I thought it was like one of those Stephen King movies where everybody disappears and it shows up 10 minutes later. All right, so Mr. Kamani, you have an announcement?
Your Honor, I just need a quick breakout room with Ms. Janvier.
Okay, 1 second. All right. Mr. Kamani's in breakout room number 2. I'll put Ms. Janvier in breakout room number 2. All right. Mr. Taylor, while I have you here for the 3 o'clock motions calendar, any ideas on what's going forward? I guess Duplessis is gone because that's been transferred. Mr. Taylor?
You look froze too.
Oh boy. Again. Okay. All right, well, we'll wait until we can see movement.
The deputy needed something.
Deputy, you guys all right in there?
Yeah, actually, a 2 o'clock show up early.
Okay, that's fine. Who showed up?
Boykin author, first page.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Boykin has 2 cases. Mr. Boykin, if you have a hands-free device that can hold your phone while you're driving, or if you have a late model car that has Bluetooth, please be prepared to show that to us when we call your case.
Oh, boy, I don't hear that, man.
I'm sorry?
I said I had a headset on.
Okay, if you have that with you, bring it up and you can show it to us, okay? Just hold on, and when we call your name, you can show us that. Mr. Taylor?
I even told the officer told me to get set on. Is he here?
Okay. All right, well, as long as you can show it to us, that should be okay. Mr. Taylor,
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to ask you these questions while we have the wonderful internet at the courthouse working. So the Duplessis case on the motions calendar at 3 p.m. is my understanding that case is off because it's been transferred. Was that a yes?
Last weeks ago.
Okay, so
I don't
yeah,
have the file in front of me, but it
yeah,
has
that's been transferred. Okay, and then the Guthrie case was closed. Is there a restitution hearing? Are we going to have one on Guthrie?
Ms. Dillard, do you have any information on that?
Is the victim on Guthrie still seeking restitution?
We're having difficulty.
I know. Y'all all disappeared for a minute. I was like, oh my.
Your Honor, on that one, we're not able to locate the victim.
All right, so the motion for restitution will be withdrawn. And the I need to wait for Ms. Fairclough for the motion for new trial, which was actually a motion on a plea. And is the state going forward on the motion with Fred King for to revoke a suspended sentence?
That's a long time.
Yes.
Ms. Jean-Vier would be able to answer that question. I think she's joining back in.
Yes.
All right, and then the last one, I believe, is probably going to be a pro se motion from a 2014 case to seal and restrict the records. Has the state seen the motion, and do you all have any objections?
I have not seen the motion.
All right.
I have not seen the motion, Your Honor, but I believe Ms. Jean-Vier and I spoke about it, and I said as long as it confines with the normal record restriction requirements that we had processed via petition, the state would have no objection to it. However, if it doesn't qualify under those grounds, then we would object.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a couple of people coming in for, is there going to be I see Mr. Jonna Mason is here. Is there still a restitution hearing in her case? She's on the 2 o'clock calendar. Okay, so.
I see Ms. Jean-Vier's back and Mr. Kamani.
Okay.
Mr. Kamani, did you still need to speak with me, or were you able to?
I need to speak to you. Ms. Janvi doesn't have the file.
Okay.
Okay. And that's regarding Mr. Johnson's case, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Kamani and Mr. Taylor will be in breakout room number 2.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Jean-Vier, I was just asking about the 3 p.m. calendar. And I guess the case was whether the state was going to pursue the motion to revoke suspended sentence for Mr. King. Fred King.
Yes, Your Honor, we're still go up now.
And I don't see that Mr. King has an attorney, so we'll ask him once he's present. Also for Miss, have you all heard anything on Kashawn Johnson, Miss Fairclaw's motion on it says motion for new trial, but she contends that that's appropriate for a motion to undo a plea, but we'll, have you heard anything from her?
Oh, from her? No, Your Honor.
Okay. And last, have you had the opportunity to look at the motion from Miss Lindsay? And did you have any objections?
I did have the opportunity to look at it, and no, Your Honor, we don't. I did review her most recent criminal history, and I don't have any objection. We would consent to the
All right. So with that being said, she may come in, but I'll go ahead and Ms. Heath Fortson, we can go ahead and I'll sign off on the motion for restricting and sealing the records on case 2014 CR 06636.
Okay, Judge.
Thank you. All right. And we have people who are checking in for the 2 o'clock calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for a report from one of the attorneys regarding one of the 1 p.m. calendar cases, and then we'll begin. We'll wait until 2 o'clock to make sure everybody's here so that no one gets left out of the announcement. Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani,
I have an announcement for Johnson.
go ahead.
He's going to plead not guilty today.
Okay. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you've heard me give this speech to a bunch of people. You know what you're charged with. Please don't be that person who comes back to court charged with the same type of offense. Please keep in touch with your attorney. If anything changes about your contact information, make sure that they know it, and they know it as soon as you possibly can give them that information so that they can direct you as to how to change your information with the court, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you're free to go at this time. And as I said, please make sure that you keep in touch with your attorneys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so that concludes the 1 p.m. calendar. I'll go over it to conform it. I did allow Mr. Boykin from the 2 p.m. Calendar to go get his headset. So he left the courtroom, but he was here and he is coming back. Mr. Adams was a not guilty. Aldrich, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Allen, not guilty. Carter, not guilty. Dura, PTI, completion, null prost. Gaskin, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Gale, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Harvey, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Hawkins, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Jackson, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Johnson is going to be a not guilty, and Waters is a plea. All right, so we'll be in recess until 2 p.m. Good afternoon. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the Clayton County State Court calendar for arraignment, 2 p.m., November 9th, 2022. Miss Sonia, could you make an announcement for anyone who may need your assistance?
Yes, Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Buenas tardes. ¿Hay alguna persona conectada que necesite intérprete de español?
All right. Let's call out specifically Gilberto Soto Sandoval.
Gilberto Soto Sandoval, ¿está conectado?
All right. Gilberto Soto Sandoval.
Gilberto
All right, Miss-
Soto, okay.
Miss Sonia, did you see anyone else who may need your assistance?
No, that was the only name I have in my list.
All right. So I'll call it once more. Gilberto Soto Sandoval. The court is going to issue a bench warrant. All righty. Thank you, Miss Sonia.
You're welcome, Your Honor. I'll be around if he show up.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the calendar, and when I call your name, I need to know that you are here. If you're represented by an attorney, your attorney will speak on your behalf. If you're not represented by an attorney, I'll check to see if you need me to appoint an attorney, and if not, then I'll allow you to speak with the state. Let's see. First, I'm going to give you some information. I see George's iPhone. Can you tell me your full name, please?
George Kano. I'm with All American Quality Foods, Food Depot.
Okay. Spell your last name for me.
Cano.
Okay. Oh, sorry. All right. First, I'm going to give you some information. This is an arraignment calendar, so everyone is entitled to have an attorney. If you need an attorney, let me know when I'll call your name. If you already have one, as I said, they'll be speaking on your behalf, but I do need to know that you're here. You will have 3 different types of pleas that are expected during this hearing. The first is a not guilty, which means you'll have a trial by jury or judge at a later date, and you'll have plenty of time to prepare. If you wish to go to trial, just be mindful of the fact that if you wish to represent yourself at trial, you have every right to do so, but the rules of procedure and evidence may be a bit complicated for you, and I have to treat you just as I would an attorney who knows the rules of evidence and procedure. Excuse me, and it may be difficult for you to get evidence admitted to the record of the court. So you may be at somewhat of a disadvantage. So please be mindful of that. If you wish to enter a plea of not guilty, please understand that the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And you also have the right to remain silent and not give any evidence or testimony. So at a bare minimum, you basically need to show up for trial and be present. However, if you do wish to challenge any arguments made by the state or present evidence and testimony on your behalf, you may do so. But you're not required to do so. And if after the trial you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believe that the conviction was a mistake, then you could appeal it within 30 days of the verdict of the court, and a higher court may make a different decision in your case. These are the rights that come with having a trial. If you enter a plea of guilty or no contest, NOLO, then you give up those rights that come with going to trial, but we would address your case today. You would have the opportunity to speak directly with the state, or your attorney would speak with them. And once you all have reached an agreement, we would take the plea, and sentence would be entered today. By entering a plea of not guilty, it means that you believe you're guilty of the underlying offense before the court. By entering a plea of no contest, you believe that the state has information that they could use and present at trial, and that evidence could result in a conviction against you. And because you are aware of that evidence, but you do not wish to contest it, you can enter a no contest or a NOLO plea and resolve your case today. A NOLO plea has some benefits for you in particular cases, and particularly in traffic offenses, where it may help you avoid points on your license or the penalty of suspension of your license. But it depends on the type of case, and it also depends on whether you are NOLO eligible, meaning whether you've used a NOLO plea for a similar type of offense within the last 5 years. Two more things. If you're under the age of 21 and you have a traffic case, then please be mindful that a NOLO plea may not help you avoid points or suspension as it would someone over the age of 21, because it's easier for an under 21 driver to receive a suspension or points. Also, if you're a CDL driver, if your livelihood depends on you having a commercial driver's license, even if the offense is against your personal license, a plea of guilty or NOLO or a conviction at trial could have a negative effect on your CDL. We don't know what that is, but if you need time to research it, you could enter a plea of not guilty. And during the time you're preparing for trial, you could determine what might happen to your CDL. And then if you wish to take a plea on the date of trial, that's fine. Okay. All right. At this time, I'm going to call the calendar. Please let me know that you're here. And then if you have an attorney, they'll speak on your behalf. Shanterica Nicole Barino. Shanterica Barino. Shanterica Barino. Having no response, bench warrant will be entered in that case. Arthur Boykin Jr. Mr. Boykin was here, and he went to go get his hands-free device, so he'll be back in the courtroom soon. Anthony Trent Campbell. Anthony Trent Campbell. Anthony Trent Campbell. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. James Henry Cunningham.
Your Honor, I'm representing Mr. Cunningham. I spoke with him earlier. He's supposed to appear. If I can get some time to reach out to him again.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Hall. James Henry Cunningham, bench warrant, subject to his appearance before the end of the calendar. Matthew Rashawn Degree. Matthew Rashawn Degree.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Holton. Here. All right. Mr. Degree, you're represented by Lister Holton Dennis. Who's representing Mr. Degree?
I am, Your Honor. If I could have a breakout room with the state at some point to discuss Mr. Degree.
All right. Tahir Shamir Johnson.
How you doing, Your Honor? I'm in the courtroom. Well, I'm on the Zoom call. I apologize.
That's okay. There you are. All right. Mr. Johnson is here for a restitution hearing. Is there an individual seeking restitution? Ms. Janvier, Mr. Taylor?
We're being informed that the victim in the case is not available.
All right. Mr. Johnson, that will that restitution motion will be dismissed.
Thank you.
And you're free to go at this time. Just continue to complete whatever sentence that you had. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have a nice day.
All right. You too. Dejana Mason.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm representing Ms. Mason, and she's on the Zoom call.
All right. And is the state going forward with the motion for restitution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we've worked out a resolution and she will pay the restitution amount via probation.
All right, what's the amount?
$558.83.
$558.83.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And Miss Brenda, do you know how much probation, what's her sentence on Miss Mason? I'm sorry.
Your Honor, she was charged for theft by taking and she pled guilty.
Oh, I got
And
that, but I want to see what her sentence is.
Judge, it was 12 months probation, 48 hours served, credit for time served, 40 hours of community service, a theft prevention course, return to the food depot, and terminated on completion.
All right. Okay, so Miss, that will be amended to include payment of restitution in the amount of $558.83. Miss Mason, may I see you? Where did she go?
Let me just give her a call again. I think she.
All right, thank you. All right, Rashid K. Smith.
Excuse me, Judge Hayward?
Yes.
For Miss Mason, is restitution going to Mr. Kano? That's on the call.
Is Mr. Kano, who's the victim in the Mason case?
It's Food Depot.
Okay. All right, so it'll go to Food Depot. Do we have an address?
Mr. Kano?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, do you have an address for which that restitution should be forwarded to?
It should be at 125 Eagles Landing Parkway. It should be at our corporate office.
Okay, 125 Eagles Landing Parkway, and that's Stockbridge, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And it should
30281.
still be addressed to Food Depot or Mr. Kano?
Food Depot.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Rashid Smith. Rashid Smith. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Okay. Adetola Aladotan Sowu.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm representing Sue, and I believe he's in the courtroom.
Yeah, he's in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kamani, do
Yes,
you
Your
need?
Honor. No, Your Honor. He's going to plead no law to count 1, and count 2 will be no pros.
All
Mr.
right.
Endler, I sent you his license copy.
There would be an amendment to that recommendation.
What's
So
the
that would-
amendment?
That it would be the $500. I wouldn't be able to no process, that no license. So he may want to take that back.
Okay, y'all want to talk or what we
Yes.
doing?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have a breakout room with Ms. Janvier?
Okay, 1 second. All right, and Gilberto Soto Sandoval. So Gilberto Soto Sandoval. Okay, bench warrant. Juana Tanika Nicole Taylor. Tizwana Tanika Nicole Taylor. Tizwana Tanika Nicole Taylor. All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. And last, Ramisha Mercedes Turner. Ramisha Mercedes Turner. Ramisha Mercedes Turner. All right, bench warrant. Okay, so I'll set up the breakout rooms now. I believe Mr. Amani needs to speak with the state. Miss Hahn needs to speak with the state. And so we'll put you all in the breakout room together. Did Miss Mason come back?
Yes, Your Honor. She's back on the Zoom call.
Miss Mason, can I see you, please? right. So Ms. Mason, your sentence was 12 months probation, 12 months, 48 hours credit for time served. Balance will be probated to do 40 hours of community service, theft prevention course, and restitution. This has been amended to add the restitution in the amount of $558.83. You'll pay the restitution to probation, and then they will send it to Food Depot Corporation, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the quicker you get it paid, the quicker you get these conditions done, the quicker you'll be off probation, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and don't wait till the last month, because I know you you started probation on the 29th of September. Please don't wait until the very end of the 12 months to try and make a $558 payment. You can go ahead and make payments, small payments along, so that you can be
Yes,
finished
ma'am.
with it. All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to
Yeah.
go at this time. So I'm gonna put
Thank you,
this,
ma'am.
you're welcome. Put Mr. Taylor and Mr. Kamani, Miss John VA, and Miss Han in the breakout room so you all can discuss the pending cases. And then if you need to speak with your y'all are in breakout room number 2. If you need to speak with your clients, then you just come out and let me know.
Thank you.
In your honor, Mr. Kano is free to go if he has no further business.
All right, Mr. Kano, thank you for your appearance, and you're free to go at this time.
Thank you, ma'am.
All righty, take care. All right, so we'll be back when the attorneys are back.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
can you put me in the breakout room with the code with the pod?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I could speak with Mr. Degree.
All right. Ms. Han is going to go to breakout room number 1 with Mr. Degree. Mr. Kamani is going to breakout room number 3 with the state. And Mr. Boykin is back in the courtroom. Okay, Mr. Boykin, we'll be with you in a moment.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
I have an announcement for So. He's going to plead nolo to counts 1 and 2.
All right. Mr. So, you can come to the podium, sir. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04562 for Adetola Oladotan Sowu for improper backing and a license. And my understanding from your attorney, Mr. Kamani, is that you're entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 2. By entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any evidence or testimony against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir? All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 26th of 2020, an officer, while performing a road safety check on Garden Walk Boulevard and Garden Springs Drive in Clayton County, came in contact with the silver colored Toyota Corolla being driven by Mr. Sue. At that time, he was instructed to provide his driver's license. He gave an international driving permit, but did not have a valid driver's license after a check through the NCIC GCIC. The state is recommending for count one, $85 fine. For count two, $500 fine, 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for the time served. The balance is to be suspended pending no new violations of the law, and he is NOLO eligible. So I think he'd already played that, but.
All right, and Mr. Kamani, will your client need more than 60 days in which to pay the fines and fees, or can he pay today?
It's 60 days, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sohu, I'm going to accept your plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 2. On count 1, it's an $85 fine, which is going to be closer to 100 and something with the surcharges. And then the $500 fine with the surcharges is going to be $737.50. You'll have 60 days in which to pay. And also on count 2, you're sentenced to 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served, balance suspended, as long as you pay the $500 fine within 60 days and have no violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. Do you understand all of these things? All right, so Mr. Sowu, I'm going to ask you to go downstairs to the second floor right below where you are now. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway, go to your left. You'll be at the traffic court window. They'll give you your paperwork, and they'll also give you information about paying online or by phone if you choose to use those options, or you can come back into the courthouse and pay, and you can make periodic payments as long as it's all paid by the 60th day. And I'm going to run count 2 concurrent with count 1, so you'll have 60 days in which to pay all of the fines and fees. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Head on down to the second floor. Don't leave without your paperwork.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. All right. And we're waiting for an announcement on Mr. Boykin. Come on up for me, sir. We're waiting for an announcement on degree.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you put me in a breakout room with Ms. Han?
Yes. All right, Mr. Boykin. Ms. Guthrie?
Yes.
Okay, I need you to mute your device for me, okay?
Yes, I'm about to. I'm sorry. I
Oh.
just wanted to go ahead and log in.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mr. Boykin, you're before the court on 2021 CR 04591 for distracted driving, and on case 2021 CR 05835 for limo taxi regulation violation. It's my understanding that you went home to get your hands-free device. You have a headset? Okay. Mr. Taylor, is that sufficient?
I can't quite see it, Your Honor. Can the deputy confirm?
Okay.
Yes, it looks like a trucker's headset.
And that connects to his telephone.
Yeah.
That's sufficient, Your Honor. They will no process that Move to no process case.
All right, and that motion will be granted. And on the limo violation, Mr. Boykin, I'm not real clear on what that is. I haven't seen that in a while. Mr. Taylor, can you tell me what that that consists of?
Your Honor, I'm looking for that particular file. I only have the case file for the distracted driving. Want to see if I can get back to my accusation.
All right, so Mr. Boykin, I don't want you to leave here until we've gotten everything taken care of, because I don't want you to have to come back. If you have a seat for a moment, let me help make sure that we can find that other case, and then we can deal with it then, okay?
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. But the first case has been dismissed, but just have a seat and we'll get you that second case. All right, and we're waiting for Mr. Kamani and Ms. Khan to come back out of the breakout room when they're done. Miss Guthrie, so we were checking the calendar earlier to see if the cases were going to go forward, and your case was a restitution hearing. They were unable to make contact with the victim in that case, so that case is the restitution hearing has been dismissed. So you'll just continue on whatever your probation requirements were before today, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, see anybody who's not one of us, so like who's not required to be here, but we do, I guess we're waiting on the 3 o'clock calendar for Kashawn Johnson, Fred King. I've heard there's Miss West, or Mr. West, I'm sorry, Robin West in the courtroom for Kenya Lindsay. Can you approach the podium for me?
Yeah, she just stepped out. Give me 1 second. I'll get her.
Okay, thank you. Miss Heath Fortson, did you need a proposed order on that case? On the
No, Judge, a proposed order was filed.
Oh, okay. All right. So you have one. Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I've located that case file for Mr. Boykin now.
Okay. All right. Miss West?
Yes,
Okay, so you're here on behalf of Miss Lindsay, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so I guess I'm kind of surprised to see an attorney. A lot of times those motions are filed pro se, but the state, we went over the calendar. State has no objection to the motion, and you did file a proposed order. So I'm going to sign off on that order, and then it'll be granted, and we'll send that out to you.
Okay, I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And I'm sorry, we didn't know, like I said, usually those motions are pro se. And I think there's a form going around that people have been filing. So thank you for, yeah, but you're free to go at this time.
I understand. Thank you so much.
All right. All right, so Mr. Boykin, come on up. Mr. Taylor, you found that other motion, that other here file?
I did, Your Honor, and it's a single charge of code section 40-2-168. Basically, it's operating a taxi without the appropriate permit, which the permit require, or the code requires having a specialty license plate to indicate that the vehicle is a taxi.
Okay, so Mr. Boykin, you can enter a plea of not guilty and have a trial on this case. You could enter a plea of guilty if you believe you are in fact guilty of the offense of not having a permitted license plate on your vehicle for taxi. Or you can, if you're NOLO eligible, you may be able to enter a plea of no contest and resolve the case today. Is there a recommendation from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The recommendation is a $200 fine.
All right, so Mr. Boykin, if you were to enter a plea of no contest or guilty, the fine would be $200, $298 with the surcharges, and I could give you up to 60 days to pay it without putting you on probation. If you needed a longer time, we have a probation option for that.
Ron, I can speak now. I can speak now.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I plead not guilty. I am exercising my constitutional rights. And really what I'm doing, this case needs to be, I'm asking for this court to be transferred to federal court for dealing with constitutional law.
Sir, all I do.
I might read what I have down here, you might get a better understanding.
Mr. Boykin, all I do all day, every day is deal with constitutional law.
Okay.
So,
when you read what I have here, so I give you a good understanding where I'm coming from.
okay, so here, let me explain. It's in the Constitution that you're entitled to have a trial before a jury or your peers, or a trial before a judge if you choose to. So that's constitutional law all day, every day. If you wish to enter a plea of guilty, that's fine. If you wish to enter a plea of NOLO, that's fine. But if you wish to go to trial, that's fine. When you go to trial, it is the state's burden to prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You don't have to do anything at all, but if you wish to present evidence and testimony to challenge the state's arguments or any of their witness testimony, then you can do that, but you don't have to. But in this case, all the state would have to prove is that on the date that you were issued the citation, that you were operating your vehicle as a limo or taxi, and you did not have the required license plate and registration, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're entering a plea of not guilty, okay?
Yes.
All right, so you'll get a notice in the mail for the next trial date. Please understand that you'll probably get a couple of dates before your actual trial. You'll get at least one calendar date. So you have to make sure that you're paying attention to your mail, because if you were to miss a date, then a bench warrant could issue against you, okay?
This is what I did with this, and I guess I do that also. I call in every other week or something like that to make sure.
Okay. All right. So like I said, the distracted driving case is dismissed, but you wish to challenge the required permitting for your vehicle for a limo or taxi. You're not required to bring anything, but if you do have documents that support that you were registered at that time, you can bring them on the date of trial, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Boykin.
Y'all have a nice one.
You too. All right. I guess the last, let me make sure I have everything.
Did Mr. Cunningham appear? I know we were holding for his bench warrant to see if he appeared. So
I had issued a bench warrant. Mr. James Cunningham, my understanding is he never appeared.
Okay.
And we're waiting on a reply, of an announcement on degree. Deputy, did you have something?
Oh, no, I just want to make you aware the courtroom's empty.
Okay, we have, the only reason I'm not clearing it yet is because we need to call the 3 o'clock calendar, which we do have 2 motions that may go forward, and people may come in for those. If they don't, then we'll be able to shut down.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're just waiting for Mr.
Your Honor, we have an announcement about Mr. Degree.
Yes, Miss. Yes, Miss Hahn.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Degree would like to plead guilty.
Mrs. Hahn,
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
am I able to apply nullo for the suspended ones? I'm sorry, I didn't ask that.
I can explain. Do we need to go in a breakout room to explain, or
I just had that,
if the state could clarify whether or not he has a nolo available?
The defendant used NOLO on December. The offense date was December 7th of 2019. The disposition date where he used the NOLO was February 25th of 2021. So that's within 5 years. He does not have a NOLO eligible for this non-moving offense.
Were you able to understand that, Mr. Degree?
yes,
Okay. Are you still comfortable entering the plea we discussed? Or do you need to speak with me again?
I think I need to speak with you one more time.
Okay, all right, Your Honor, if we could go in the breakout room.
How about that, Your Honor?
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Degree, I'm going to put you back in the breakout room, but I will tell you that this is a statutory offense. And what that means is the penalty is set in stone. It's written into the law. So there's not much deviation that comes with that. Generally, if you're eligible, if you have a NOLO, that does help with respect to whether a suspension will follow, but the other parts of it are pretty much non-negotiable. So I'm going to put you back in the breakout room with Ms. Hahn. You're in breakout room number 1. If you can just touch your screen, it should show you where you can rejoin the breakout room.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kamani, you're also in that room if you wish to go back.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hmm. Yeah, I know. Question.
Ms. Hollis, can you, oh, we got it. Thank you.
All right, we have an announcement from Mr. Degree.
Go ahead.
All right, for count one, we're gonna plead guilty. I understand the state is gonna null pros count two. And for count 3 and 4, he's going to plead nolo.
All right, Mr. Degree, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Matthew Rashawn Degree, 2021 CR 04607. You're represented by Ms. Chelsea Hahn of the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. You're entering a plea of guilty to no license, count 1. Count 2 will be no pros, driving on a suspended or revoked license. Count 3, you're entering a plea of nolo to possession of a drug-related object, and count 4, nolo to no tag or expired or invalid tag. By entering your pleas, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On December 3rd of 2020, officers conducted a traffic stop of the defendant at the location of Riverdale Road and Sullivan Road. This is in Clayton County. They conducted the traffic stop based on observing that the vehicle had an expired tag or expired registration. The registration expired February of 2020. So 10 months earlier. Once making contact with the defendant, they obtained his driver's license and through GCIC determined that the driver's license had been suspended for failure to appear. Once the defendant was placed under arrest for this offense, they did a search subsequent to arrest and found a black pouch. Inside the black pouch contained glass pipes that contained residue that the officers believed was the residue of methamphetamine. That is the factual basis. The sentence recommendation on the driving with a suspended license is $1,000 fine. This would be his second in 5 years. The drug-related object.
I'm sorry. So from what Ms. Hahn said, he was entering a plea of guilty to no license, and number 2, driving on a suspended or revoked license will be no pros. Am I unclear? Did I get that wrong?
Let me,
Mr. Degree, I gotta see you, sir. I see a picture.
Sorry. This is on YouTube.
I'm sorry.
No, I was saying it's on YouTube. I'm sorry. It was...
Oh yeah, we also live stream to YouTube.
Your Honor, based on the defendant's driving history and current status, his current license is valid, and he had received a driving while license suspended in 2021. Therefore, he had the license per his driving record was never, it was always under a suspension. It had never been formally denied or revoked.
Okay.
So the appropriate charge in the case is driving under a suspended license, which I believe is count 2, rather than count 1, which is no license, and
Ms.
that
Hahn?
would be dismissed.
So this is going to change to what you said. Is that an issue for your client?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, I think that will be.
Your Honor, can you put us back in the breakout room once? I'm sorry.
For their information, the penalty would be the same.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll put you in a breakout room. All right, do we have anybody here on the 3 o'clock calendar for the Fred King motion and for the Keshawn Johnson motion?
Yes, I'm here for the Fred King
Okay,
case.
same same breakout room, Mr. Kamani, breakout room number 1.
Okay.
All right, Miss Dillard, is Miss Hollis a witness for you all?
Yes,
Yes.
Your Honor. Okay.
All right. It is 3:12. Deputy, is there anyone in the courtroom at this time?
Yes, I got the attorney and Mr. Johnson here.
All right, so Ms. Fairclough and Mr. Keshawn Johnson are there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. One moment. Okay, so we'll call them up in a moment. And those are the only 2 individuals in the courtroom besides you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. King is not present in the courtroom.
No.
Okay.
Okay, I'll see you in the front. That's fine.
Your Honor, we have an announcement now for Mr. Degree.
Yes, Ms. Han?
Okay, so Mr. Degree would like to plead not guilty.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Degree, you're entering a plea of not guilty. Please keep in touch with your attorneys. Please make sure that if anything changes about your contact information, that you give that to your attorneys so that you can get notice of all court hearings, okay? You're free to go at this time. Thank you. All right, I believe that concludes the 2 p.m. calendar. We have the 3 p.m. calendar. I'm going to go over the calendar. Duplessis was transferred. That case is off the calendar. Guthrie, that case that was dismissed for want of prosecution. No request being made from the alleged victim in that case. Keyshawn Johnson, Ms. Fairclough, and Mr. Johnson are present in the courtroom for the motion for new trial, which was filed on a plea. And Fred M. King, the state intends to go forward, and a witness is present in that case. Mr. King was sent notice. This is case 2022 CR 02070, and there is no counsel of record. 2 counts of abandonment for the motion to revoke a suspended sentence. All right. And the case Kenya Lindsay, Attorney West appeared on behalf of Ms. Lindsay. There'd be no objection to the motion to restrict and seal records. The court is going to sign the order with the consent of the state. All right, Ms. Fairclough, come to the podium, you and Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fairclough. So you brought the motion on case 2021 CR 03637 for new trial, which I guess you intended for the court to convert into a motion to revoke a plea.
Your Honor, as I stated to the deputy, I'm not feeling well and I'm not, I don't know, I've lost feeling, I've got a headache and I'm not able to discuss this case at this time.
Well, Ms. Fairclough, could you have not let us know this beforehand?
Yeah.
I typed it in.
He did let you know, but I went for lunch and so as soon as I came in the courtroom, I did mention it to the deputy. He said he would let you know, and that he did let you know.
Okay. Does state have anything on this?
Your Honor, the state's ready to proceed, but we defer to the court to make a determination whether they'd like to continue the matter.
All right, so Ms. Fairclough, this is the second continuation on this motion, and the motion was filed on a new trial, but there's not even a trial, there was a plea. So the state, the state is deferring to the court, but I'm not inclined to keep going forward on something that wasn't even filed correctly. Ms. Val, put this over on the January calendar, please.
I'm gonna put it on the to be announced calendar, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Fairclough, thank you. Fred King. All right, does the state intend to go forward on the motion on 2022 CR 02070? Mr. King, having been given notice, no counsel of record present.
Yes. The state
All
would
right.
ask-
All right, so this is the motion to revoke suspended sentence. Ms. Sawana Janvier is the Assistant Solicitor General on behalf of the state. Ms. Janvier, you may proceed at this time on the motion to revoke a suspended sentence. The case was closed on June 21st, 2022, when the sentence was entered. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, we have, excuse me, Mr. King was required to enroll with child support enforcement. And as of this date, he is not. We do have the recipient, the intended recipient, witness, Ms. Hollis, to testify.
All right, raise your right hand, Ms. Hollis. Ms. Hollis, first I have to see you, not your picture. So let's see you. There you are. All right, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, so Ms. Hollis, you're a witness for the state in the case against Mr. King. Ms. Janvier, go ahead, your witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Hollis, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Amber Hollis.
Thank you. And Ms. Hollis, what, if any, relationship do you have with Mr. Fred King?
Yes, that's just my child's father.
And how many children do you have with Mr. King?
Two.
Two. Okay, thank you. And Ms. Hollis, have you received any of the court-ordered child support payments?
I just really received one before court, when we previously went before, and I received a payment after, and that was it.
When was the last time that you received that payment, Ms. Hollis?
That was September, like around September the 13th.
Of what year?
2022.
And what was the amount of that payment, Ms. Hollis?
$120.
Do you know the amount that Mr. King was ordered to pay monthly?
It's like $654 monthly and around $150 weekly.
And sorry, such a train of thought there. You said the last payment was in September of 2022. Yes, I'm sorry. So how did you receive that payment?
Through child support.
Right. And is that the last payment that you've received?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
So let me understand, Mr. King did enroll in child support enforcement and pay through that mechanism, is that correct?
Yes.
He's actually been enrolled since around like 2015. So he's been enrolled. So he was supposed to just make the payments weekly.
Okay, and you have two children. What are the ages of your children?
8 and 9.
Has he done anything else for the children? Provide clothes, provide childcare, anything?
No.
Okay, and has he attempted to give you money or support in any other way than through child support enforcement?
No.
Okay, and you've received no other monies since he made that $100 payment on September 13th of 2022?
No, I haven't received anything else.
Has he been in contact with you and given you any reason why he wasn't paying?
No, no reason.
All right. All right. Did the state have anything else at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So the court ordered that Mr. King would pay child support in the amount of $650 per month, $150 per week for his minor children, ages 8 and 9. That he has with Ms. Hollis. Mr. King was given notice of this hearing and an opportunity to be heard, but did not appear. Mr. King does not have a counsel of record, and the court finds that Mr. King has failed to make payment as ordered by this court. He was sentenced on June 21st of 2022. The remainder of Mr. King's sentence shall be revoked at this time, and an arrest warrant issued for his arrest and detainment until such time as he shall come before the court for a hearing. All right. All
Okay.
right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so Miss John VA, if you'll go ahead and do the order and get that over to me, and then once I sign it, it'll go to the to law enforcement for his arrest.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hollis. Please keep in touch with the state so that you can update them as to any information that you have regarding this case.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. Did we have anything else at this time?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, I've been talking to it in the chat with the attorney. She was ill. I apologize if you didn't get it. But
No, that's okay. No, that is totally not your problem. Trust me.
and Miss Gail just showed up from the 1 o'clock calendar.
Gail, Miss
On
Gail.
page 2.
Okay, why is she showing up? Bring her to the podium for me. Miss Gail, come on up to the podium, ma'am, because you were 2 seconds from totally missing the opportunity to tell me why you so late.
I would love to tell you.
You what?
I would love to tell you. It's so crazy.
I'm sorry. Hold on, because I'm not hearing you. All right. So now you were supposed to be here for the 1 o'clock calendar. I think I left that on the other desk. And you failed to appear. Why are you just getting here?
Absolutely no clue that I had any court dates. For some reason, my spirit just kept telling me to check on this case. And I walked into 2 different offices today and determined to check on the case. And when I checked, they told me I had court at 1. First time I ever heard of it. And the letter that she printed up was mailed out to the bondsman, which I'm not even familiar with how Atlanta works. I just wanted to find out what's going on with the case. And it just so
Okay.
happened today.
Okay, the bondsman gets a letter and you get a letter. So are you saying that you didn't receive it at your address?
No, because when this incident happened, I was relocated to Atlanta. So according to her, the address they had on file was my family address that I was staying at, but they never.
Okay, so Miss Gail, we do a lot here at the courthouse, but we're not magic. If you move, then how are we supposed to know you moved and there's a new address we should send notice to if you don't tell us?
That's why I came out to check on the case myself. That's why I kept trying to find different offices.
It would have been easier if you just went to the clerk's office and told us that you moved.
I know that's what I set out to do this week. I said I'm gonna do that, and it just so happened that by luck, I don't know how it happened, that it's the same day.
All right, hold on, ma'am. All right, so Miss Maydeen Fallon Gale, I'm going to erase your bench warrant. And ma'am, you don't have an attorney to represent you, but you're charged with DUI, count 1, DUI less safe, count 2, and traffic violation, count 3. Do you need an attorney to represent you?
I cannot afford one right now, but I wouldn't.
We can appoint one to you, ma'am. These are serious charges. They could be jail time, and some very hefty fines.
Okay, yes, I would definitely.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I would like an attorney, but I just can't afford it, so if I can get.
All right, I'll assign the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. Because you're getting here so late, I'm not going to force them to try and jump through hoops to figure out what's going on with your case at this time. We'll continue the case. Miss Val, what's the, we'll send, first of all, when you leave here, go down to the first floor, the state court clerk's office, and please ask for a change of address form so that you can give them your correct information so that all information can go directly to you. And so once you do that, we'll send you out a notice for your next court date. But you'll be meeting with the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis, so we need to get that information for them. Deputy, if you could give her a piece of paper so that she can write down her address and phone number.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, but you still have to go downstairs, ma'am, and let the state court clerk's office know what your new address is.
You still need to file it with them personally, in person.
Yeah.
You want to write down her name, address, and
Phone number.
an email?
Yeah, that too.
Do you want me to send it to you or who should I send?
To Mr. Kamani.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Deputy.
Miss Gail, so you know what you're charged with, ma'am. Please be mindful that you don't pick up any additional charges of that nature while you're awaiting the resolution of this case. It is December, and I have had a situation where this time of year, a gentleman had a DUI charge and he was pleading not guilty and awaiting trial. And then he killed a girl by driving under the influence, a 19-year-old, a week before Christmas. So I tell that story because people get a sense of what we're up against, and I don't want anybody to not take this seriously. You're innocent until proven guilty, but I don't want you to put yourself in a situation where these kinds of charges could arise again. Are we clear? Okay. All right. So at this time, court is adjourned. The deputy is going to send that information to Mr. Kamani. Mr. Kamani, once you have received that information, then the court will adjourn.
Do we need to find out about Tuesday trial?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Val. So I did have a question for Lister Holton Dennis. We have a case on the calendar that was an inmate case, Mr. Patrick Wesley, and he that was Mr. Taylor's case, and he wanted a trial, so he was set for the 15th. Is that case still going to trial? Because that's the only one on the trial calendar for that day.
Your Honor, that case is going to trial, but I'll speak to Ms. Janvier tomorrow and see if we can resolve it. But for now, it's going to trial.
Okay, and Mr. Kamani, you'll be trying it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we will see you on Tuesday. You and Ms. Janvier speak about the trial, but otherwise expect to be on the 1 p.m. trial calendar for on Tuesday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so as soon as you have received that information from the deputy, we
Yes, Your Honor.
shut everything down. All right, Ms. Gail, thank you. Go down now and change your address, please.
You get to go.
Thank you for your assistance, Deputy.
Anytime, thank you.
All right, so I'll be signing things for the rest of the day. So if there's anything that needs my attention, please send it to my tablet, to my email, and I'll be signing on my tablet.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good to see you, Judge.
Okay, I just sent all the stuff.
Yes, Deputy, I got it. Just give me 1 second. I'm making a note of it.
No problem.
Yes, Your Honor, I got it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.